holiday sprints for Heir of Sun and Moon. Yay, exciting. I'm so excited to read this. I'm worried about how much I'll actually get to read since there's no audiobook and I have both my children with me today, but I'm going to try my very best.
The nice thing is the writing is big.
Yes, I saw that and I was like, okay. Also, I didn't realize that every page or every chapter heading has a character's picture.
Yeah, I think it's so nice, especially because of the fact that like we are following two separate plot lines that will eventually connect. So I need those extra things to help me keep track of whose head we're in.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even really know the plot of this, and I don't even care to know. I'm just going blind.
I think you're gonna like it, but we're gonna find out. Yeah. So, because I'm just really hopeful that we enjoy it because I cannot wait to get our hands on book 2. So we'll find out, right?
Well, I'm hoping we love it. That would kind of stink if we did.
Well, we don't know what we don't know.
I don't doubt it. I think we're gonna like it. I'm not worried.
I agree. I think so too. And then also I love that there's an animal companion in this. So I believe it's a fox. So like stop it. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's exciting. I am very excited. Also, I forgot that I asked her to put a quote in it and I just saw my little quote.
What did you get? Because I asked for a quote too. I love this for us.
The moon may have the stars, but at least I have you.
Same.
Aww.
Look at us. So cute.
Yay. And then all my little prints are there because I didn't know where to put my prints, so I kept them in the book, but I might need to put them somewhere else.
I have like a whole container now that's specifically for prints and stickers because the amount that I get.
I have a sticker jar and I have a giant bookmark jar, but I'm running out of room for the bookmarks. So.
I feel this. What I've actually been using, oddly enough, is I get like those little candle holders from like the dollar store and I put my bookmarks in there.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah. My goal for the first half here is I'm really hoping I can get to like chapter 22. It's about 200 pages in because then I'll be about halfway before we start on my channel.
Oh, snap. You're going to finish this whole book today?
I would really like to because you never know when another prompt's going to drop and I have to still finish my prompt book for leg 3 and I want to use this. I'm either going to use this as a book with a map or a retelling. So I haven't decided yet.
Oh, I think I was using this for 5 words in the title.
I already did that. So
yeah. Well, I need to read my 3rd book for Tar. I picked Swift and Saddled. I made saddle a movement. It is. You saddle a horse. You saddle a horse.
Well, Swift is also a movement. Well, to be swift.
Yeah, but she said like you have to be able to say like I can, and you can't say I can Swift.
Well, Taylor Swift can. No, anyways.
Anyway, so I need to get ahead. Anyway, it'll be fine. Also, oh gosh, I didn't even pick out tabs for this book.
The good news though is Swift and Saddled is short. Like I did do the audio. Like I would double check on Libby if you haven't already.
Oh, I have on Libby.
Oh, okay.
I have the audio on Libby.
Okay, perfect. Because like it was super short.
I couldn't get Done and Dusted. There was a hold, but I got it on Spotify as my book for the month.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. So that'll be fine. Also, I'm like, where the heck are all of my tabs that I can use for this book? I'll find
I know. I'm thinking I might actually have to get another stock of tabs. And I'm like, it's been a minute since I bought any, but here we go.
I need to because I've been using them lately. And like some of my favorite colors are like going away. Like I'm like this one, like it's pretty.
We also need people to create more like less popular colors. Like I want more different variations of yellow. I need more variations of like orange and things like that. Cause like there's a lot of pink
with probably smut. I really liked. Like this was a good palette color. I feel.
Yeah.
But I also know that there's someone that I was like, oh, this would be the best thing ever. Someone has been doing this. They make them specifically for the book. Like there's a website that I got a lot of Runix's books. They had for each book a specific like thing to go with it. Like it matched the cover and everything. And I was like, that's what I want. I want someone to do that for me. Just like find the book and then have a matching tab set to go with it. So I don't know. Maybe I'll do that in the future. All right, let me see who's here. Hello, Sarah. I'm excited to get started on this book. You and me both. Hello, Cool Gamer. Beatrice. Hello. How are you both? I'm good.
I'm a little tired, but I am, you know what, eager to read. So
the cover for book 2 is beautiful. It is. I'm so excited to get to read it. I'm very excited.
And I love that it has the Little Mermaid vibes. Like this year, I'm reading all the Little Mermaid retellings. I tell you what.
When it comes out?
It comes out fall. I think it's September or something.
Okay. I'm still thinking of getting the book, but I might get it today. Nice. Good morning, Alicia. I'm reading Drown the Sea currently and then heading out for brunch in a couple hours. Ooh, fun. My plan for this book is, that's the same one I have, 5 words in the title. Hi, friends. Spending some time with Kyle this morning, and then I'll be reading and diamond painting the rest of the day.
That sounds so nice.
Heir, Sun and Moon, but I'm halfway through when the moon hatched and don't want to mix up stories.
Whoa. Halfway?
Wow. Yeah, don't switch it up. Plus, it's just going to get better from here, so you just got to finish. So, I love that book. I love that book. Morning, Lexi. Joining you from the Little Bros baseball game. I brought both my iPad and my Kindle for reading options. Ooh,
so
nice.
Smart.
Also, I just noticed I sit in my Drew Barrymore chair the same way you do.
Yeah, I'm usually always on one side. It's ridiculous, but...
Is that like an ottoman chair? Or not an ottoman, it looked like what is it? The beanbag chair, but it's not a beanbag chair.
No. And I can show you what it actually looks like too, because I have a cover on it because I have animals, but like it's just a chair. And I can scoot all the way back. I just rarely do.
That's
and it's
a very nice chair.
And it swivels.
Although I like my chair. My chair's fine. Okay, Lincoln Thomas. Also, I'm loving tar on your back. What? I'm confused. Beatrice, I don't know what you mean. Halfway. Yeah, your girl ain't playing with tar.
Mm-mm.
You're reading so many good things. I'm trying. Also, I'll with it. I finished Poison Study, but I can't say anything.
I know, which really makes me sad because, like, I want to know. Now, granted, I did read it a long time ago, but, like, I vibed with it really well. So
you'll find out in a long, long time from now.
Great. Love that for me.
Just think about something you're doing currently, and that's when you'll find out for me.
Oh, I get it now.
That's when you'll find out.
Took me a second. The wheels were churning. Got it.
I can't say any more than that. That's
nope. I was in your shoes, and it was awkward because I was reading like a book that was really, really popular, and I was like, I actually can't say anything. So
I literally can't say anything. So there you go.
Sarah, I'm so glad you got this. Not only did Sarah get this chair, but Vanessa got this chair. I feel like an influencer.
Wow. Also, I will say I'd never even heard of that book before I had to read it, and so many people have been in my DM saying, "Oh my gosh, you've read the Poison Study? You're reading the Poison Study? It's so good. Poison Study. I'm like, wow.
It's also getting like re-released. I saw, so it's like, yeah. So I think it's super exciting because I just hope a whole new group of people get to experience it because I really enjoyed it.
Wow, that's awesome. I'll be back in about an hour and a half. Take your time. Also, got to page 123 of Gathering of Shadows, and I'm enjoying it, but it's very different from the first. I was originally going to pick that as prompt 3, because I was also like 130 pages into it. And then I read 20 pages more, and I went, I cannot force myself to read this all in a day. I will slump hard. I'm going to finish this book this month. Like, I'm reading probably like maybe 30, 40 pages a day because I can handle that. But I'm not liking book 2.
See, you're better than me. I literally returned the audiobook, and then I was just like, I'll get to it when I get to it.
I can't return the audiobook because I already returned When the Moon Hatched, and I don't want to return 2 audio. Like, because I returned When the Moon Hatched because I didn't realize that it was available on Everand.
You realize that Audible will let you return it, and if you can't return it, they'll just yell at you. They won't yell at you. They'll just say, hey, you got to keep it.
What do you mean?
So, like, there's no... As long as you don't finish the book, there's really no harm in returning it. If you're not going to, I mean, you're going to listen to it, so you're fine. I'm not going to listen to it. So that's why I returned it.
Well, I'm also like, Rainy, you are going to finish this book because you literally bought all 3 on eBay like the day after we finished book 1.
And I've heard book 3 is better. It's just that book 2 is a slumpy book, but I'm just not going to put myself in a slump in the middle of the Amazing Readathon. I'm not going to do that.
No. I get that. So it's unfortunate. I want that chair, but I'm waiting until I can afford a house that I actually have to. I don't know what chair this is. You need to send me a link because
it's a long link, but it's essentially it's from Walmart, and it's just the Drew Barrymore chair.
Oh, really? She has an actual chair?
Yeah, it's her chair.
Hold on. What? I want that chair.
It only comes in 2 colors though, so that's why I went with white. So.
Oh, I'm saving up for that chair. Yeah, I'm getting that chair. That's happening. That's becoming my chair.
Everybody, that's my next goal. Everybody has this chair. Just take over the internet.
I will. I'm going to write this down and get the Drew Barrymore chair. All right.
Oh,
I'm living Tar through you all and Team Fantasy. Are you not doing Tar? No, you are. I thought you were.
She is. Yeah.
Are you on Fantasy though, right? Yes, she's on Fantasy. Okay. Good job, Beatrice. But fingers crossed for that to happen in the next year or two. My dad's in the middle of fixing up his house to sell, and he promised to give my sister and I each 10K since he bought the other 2 cars. Ooh, that'd be great. Hey, Steph. Another sick day for me today. Self-care is so important, but not reading this book yet, but hope to get to it at some point. Oh, I hope you feel better.
Do I play Star?
Yeah, Steph, I hope you take it easy today.
Yes, take it easy for sure. All right, well then we're gonna get started. We're if you missed it, we're reading this beautiful book. So anyway, yeah, let's get an hour. So let me put the timer on the screen, and we will see everybody in an hour. All right. How'd you do?
Remember when I said, "Oh, I'm gonna get halfway through before we?" Yeah, that's never gonna happen in this reality. I don't know why, but I'm only on page 34.
I'm only on page 44, so.
Yeah, I'm like, but I'm also tabbing a lot because there's already a lot of information. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I already have like a bunch of tabs. I made my little tab. I found colorful tabs to go with it. But like, what was it? I already have ones for like world building. I had ones for favorite quotes. What else did I have? Oh, sad moments, angry moments, and then I had like badass moments.
Well, and it was so funny too, because at first I was like, "Oh, Alexi must be like her guard, like the guard," and then I was like, "He's known her since she was 8." Well, that can't be it.
I went, "Oh, please, please, no."
I was like, "Oh, like you." I genuinely was like, "Oh, we haven't met him yet." Okay, got it. Because I was like,
no, but then later, I'm like, "Oh, I don't know. Are you on that page yet?" I'm like, "Did the king come to visit her already?" Okay, then the guy with the black hair, I was like, "Oh, that must be the dude." I'm assuming.
yeah.
But also I was like, and then oh, so you haven't read? Have you read the second POV then?
Bahira, yeah, I'm on her first chapter.
Oh, it's interesting. I'm wondering how these are going to come together. But anyway, I'm really loving this book.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely so different and unique. There's definitely certain things where I'm like, okay, what is going on? Who are you? Hello.
I'm
And
not
then
like this whole prologue. I was like, what's going on?
I know, and at first I was confused because I was like, oh, Solana or whatever her name is from the beginning. I thought she was the second point of view, and then we got to Bahir, and I was like, oh no, they're different. They're different. So I was like, interesting. So I wonder if Solana will like come back somewhere in the story later.
I have no idea.
In some way.
If there's 5 kingdoms, is there 5 books then?
There's 5 realms, and so I believe there will be 5 books.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
So the second one is the mermaid one.
Yes, the second one will be going under the sea, you guys.
Is this the mages one?
I don't listen. I'm not an expert. I know about as much as you do.
I just assumed maybe this was the mages one because Bahira's family is mages, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be a shifter something because essentially these 2 kingdoms, you know, the mage kingdom and then the mortal kingdom.
Yeah.
I guess it's all going to be about an alliance with them in some way because obviously Bahira and Rhea, I believe, will somehow become friends. I can't tell you how or where.
I'm also just wondering, like, okay, why is she locked up? Like, I'm sure we'll find that out. Like,
well, because the king is sus, in my opinion. He's sus.
Yeah.
So, and also just what I did not expect everything that came with him. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah, it was not. And then, oh, there was one part that I was like, ew, this is gross. Where they were like, yeah, sometimes I wonder if King Dolian, my uncle, sees me as something other than his niece. And I was like, whoa.
I know. I was literally like, what in the Game of Thrones is going on?
Yeah, I'm very intrigued though, but I'm having a good time tabbing. I need to actually go back and highlight later because I'm just tabbing because I've learned if I just tab, I get through books way quicker, and then later, since I've already tabbed, I can go back and highlight and add like my annotation thoughts. But tabbing
agreed. I also love when she said, "Do books count as friends?" I thought that was awesome.
I tapped that. I was like,
and then I also loved when she was talking about how she'd rather read like a book like about like a hot guard or something. Yes. I tabbed it somewhere, but
I remember. Yeah, when she's reading it to Bella. Yeah, that was very
cool. Which Bella's so sweet. I love her.
I do love Bella. It's very, very cute. So I'm very much about this. I was also very sad when I was like, oh, she doesn't get to visit with Alexi anymore.
You know, talk about daddy issues ×2, which is really sad. But honestly, you got to go, Gramps, so we can get the love interest. So bye.
I know. I'm just, I have no idea where this is going, but I'm really liking it. So I'm liking it. But I am reading it rather slowly. I was like, Katie's going to be so far ahead of me.
I don't know what happened, but no. I think it's just I don't want to get confused. And if I read too quickly, I will miss things.
Yeah.
So...
I'm very interested though in what's going on. So, let me see where everybody else be. Oh, Beatrice, I am, but I'm barely making it in Tar, so I'm enjoying seeing what you all are reading for what. That's okay. Also, hello, Father. To be what?
I was gonna say, to be fair, I feel like there are some people who read. A lot of people are really emphasizing manga, so like they're able to read a lot more and do a lot more. So, you know. it's like comparing apple to oranges. If this is reading a lot for you, Beatrice, then like that's good enough. You know,
I was going to say the same thing because I mean, I'm reading manga, which that has really helped. Like if I hadn't been reading manga, I wouldn't have gotten this far. And I'm like, I think I've read 11 books already, but that's because 4 of them have been manga. So like, also I'm just like, wow, the summer really allows me to read stuff. Thank goodness Tar is in the summer, or I would have failed because last year I did it and it was in August, right when I went back to school, and I only read the 10 books for the prompts. I didn't sightsee, and I was always behind. I was always like 2 legs behind. I felt so stressed out. I was like, Rainy, you stink.
No, it's just life is hard because I feel the same way because I was actually able to read more than I thought.
Yeah.
Having it be the first week of summer for me. But then I'm really excited for Clue because for Clue, I'll actually be able to be in a calmer place.
Oh,
so
nice.
I'm ready to, last year I read 32 books. Let's go 35 for Clue.
I do not read as many in the month, but it's gonna be 35. Eloise Barton, do not eat Post-it notes. No, ma'am. I don't want to have to keep looking over my shoulder at you. You have to put everything in your mouth. I got to chapter 5, about to start the second POV. Okay, so you're right, like where Katie is.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be the one who is staring at her when that creep king came. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. I appreciated the prologue setting up the world. I did too. Honestly, I kind of need to go back and reread that because I was a little confused.
It's all about essentially how like the mortals were on a planet that was going to like be destroyed or it wasn't going to survive or whatever. So they moved the mortals and the mages to a separate place.
Didn't they move all of them though, or just them? Like
they moved all of them, and then then they were all separated.
That's how they became the 5 realms.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then the dude was too tired after using all that magic, and so he was like, "Peace out."
Yeah. I'm curious too because it said that if a mortal goes to another kingdom, they forfeit their youth, but the voice is telling her to go to the east. That's true.
Well, to be fair, I feel like in a lot of these books, misinformation is always part of the problem. It's like, for decades and decades, people have said, oh, don't ever do this because this is bad. And then you realize that if you go and you do that, that's what you were supposed to do all along. So,
yeah, that's true. Y'all are both ahead of me and I'm not tabbing.
That's okay.
That's fine. I'm like, I was lucky that during that sprint, my kids actually let me read. Like, they were both chill. But I feel like this next sprint, that's not going to be the case. Plus, I have to start making breakfast for them. So I'm just like, it's unfortunate. But it's fine. If I don't get to read and I have to actually do something, then the book I have to read is Serpent and Dove. And I can, once again, not say any thoughts.
Now I'm like, I want to be like, do I know this book? Because, like, I feel like I should, right?
I was like, you haven't read it? I feel like I'm the last one to read it. I feel like I don't know. I feel like it was. I heard
Serpent and Dove, by Shelby Mahern or whatever.
About it, but then when I looked it up on Goodreads, almost everyone had given it at least 4 stars. So I was like, it can't be that bad.
I have read the first one. One of my friends gifted me like the whole series because she had it and she was getting rid of it. Yeah. We can talk about it at some point when it's free range to talk about.
Yeah.
But it was something.
Oh, that's great. It was something. Okay.
It's just one of those things where I don't want to talk about it because like obviously I want you to form your own opinions and you can't talk about it because you can't talk about it. So
well, that's what I'll be listening to if I can't physically read. So that's my journey. I may or may not have said yes to something and then waited the last minute to do the thing I said yes to. So I'm scrambling during TAR to do it.
Every day of my life. To give you some context though, in terms of the project that you're working on, keep in mind, so everything was due June 1st for my round. Mm-hmm. And I kid you not, when I went to Maryland, so the beginning of May, I had only read 1 of the 6 books.
Yeah, that was the same exact thing as me. The beginning of June, I'd read 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then the shortest one.
Yep, and then I binged all the rest. So
that's my journey. That is currently my journey. I'm on book 3.
Yeah, you're doing good. You're doing great.
I keep praying that they'll work out for TAR, and they don't. And I'm just like,
that's your punishment for procrastinating. So
also, hold on 1 second, Eloise, come back.
No worries, you're good.
Eloise.
So Steph said that she got to 60%. I don't think I can click on anything. Nope, I cannot. Into hello, Eloise. Oh my gosh, hi.
Causing trouble.
That's okay.
Yeah, you're lucky. You're very cute. 60% of Fate and Furious. Oh, good. I'm glad you're loving it. You'll be all caught up then for the fourth book, or has the fourth book released already?
No. Did it?
And you gave up on the series, didn't you?
I'm pretty sure I'm done.
Oh, that's sad. I've heard the series is so good.
I don't know. Book 2 was not my jam.
That's okay.
I might go back to it because Steph has been trying to convince me to like read book 3, but I don't know. I just don't feel like I'm really tired of the second book being a disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I haven't really experienced that as much. I feel like it's either, for me, it's just been the first book has not been that great, and then everyone's like, you need to continue on. Like Bridge Kingdom, I was honestly kind of disappointed by. It was not terrible, but I gave it a 3.5 stars. It started out so well, and then the pacing just went to crap. And then I just didn't care about anything that happened in the middle. And then the end was intriguing. So I was like, okay, I'll continue on. But also, like, you should make the first book in a series really good, because most people are not going to just believe that you say that it gets better.
Yeah, I think it depends too, because sometimes it's hard because sometimes they're debut books, and so it's like they're growing as an author.
Yeah.
So, but I remember the Bridge Kingdom the same. I don't remember the second book, to be completely honest, but I did promise Nell that I would read the series. So, I mean, I've read the first 2, so I'll have to continue.
Well, I own the next one, so I'll at least read that. But do not eat this. Outside of that, I don't know. Why you eat stuff?
She's like, I don't know, Mom. Hi, Leah. Welcome home.
I haven't read it, but I have it saved on Hoopla. Which one? Seven and Dove?
That would be my guess.
I do know this for a fact, because when I was looking it up on Goodreads, you were right there. And it was like, oh, I loved it. Oh, I loved it. And I was like, Steph loved Servant and Dove. That's good to know. Well, whenever I can talk to you one day, Steph, about it in, years to come, I will let you know my thoughts. So that is the answer. But Rainey has procrastinated for a significant.
That's okay.
It's fine. I know, but I was just like, I'm going to be so ahead. I'm going to rock it. Although, you know what also stinks is the only book that I had read. I was vlogging in the moment, and I was so proud of myself, and I was living my best life. And then my memory card was dying, was breaking, and so I thought I had transferred all of it onto my laptop. Turns out I didn't transfer that. I have no idea where that memory card is. I lost all of that footage.
No.
Yeah, and it really sucks because, like, I can't say about the book, but, like, I really wish I had not lost that footage.
Oh no.
I can't recreate it, and I'm very sad. So it's fine, everything's fine.
That is really, really the worst, to be honest. So I am so sorry. It's one of my biggest fears about like now having a camera, where I'm like, you got to be responsible, be good with your footage. You got this. Like,
I normally am, but it was just because it was dying and breaking.
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh, that sucks. I'm so mad. It's fine. I'll get it together. All right. Well, are we ready to do another hour?
Let's do it.
All right. Let me put this back. Let me reset the timer. All right. We'll see everybody in an hour. Hello. All right. Where are you at?
I'm on chapter 10.
Yeah, I just got to chapter 10, so I haven't started it yet because I knew I wasn't going to be able to finish it, so I stopped. Oh, so we're at the same part. Nice. Oh, chapter 9. I'm so sad.
It was like way more gruesome than it needed to be, but like at the same time, for a reason, right? So
feeling that I was going to come, and I was like, no.
Yeah.
That hurt my heart. That was very sad. I'm very sad by it. So I have a lot of red tabs there for anger and blue for sad.
That's fair. That's fair. But man, I'm very invested, and I'm so curious to see where everything goes. Obviously, I feel like we're already kind of at a part where it's like we can't really talk about stuff now without so
yeah, I know. I gotta put my thoughts in the Discord.
I know. I forgot. I was literally like, oh, I have to go to the Discord. Like I have to be. So I did that. So
I'm absolutely loving this. I'm obsessed. I am having the best time with this. So yeah, it's like a good shift from the other book we read.
Yeah, I like that it's shorter, and I also just feel like for the most part it's easier to understand and comprehend, but there's still some parts here too where I'm like, okay, I need more explanation on that. So, and the good news is, depending on what some of our questions are, we can ask Janessa at the live show. So
I'm gonna start thinking of my questions.
Oh, and I did message you on Instagram, by the way. I got your message. I saw it, so I did message you.
Yeah, I need to look at that in the next sprint because I was like, oh, we probably need to do that soon. Although I'll say it on here again. If you're in the chat and you have book suggestions for book club, put them in the chat.
We're thinking about putting our poll up, soon. We could even, realistically, we could even put it up today, get it voted, get it done so people have time.
Yeah. So if you have a book that's been on your heart, although I will say, I know you said Sarah suggested one, and I looked it up on her website because I know that she has this person cover for it, like a special edition cover, and I looked it up, and her Etsy shop is only open on the 1st through the 7th for that special edition, and I was like, oh, it's the 8th. So I looked it up, and it was still open, so I ordered a special signed paperback edition of it.
Fun. Vanessa, to answer your question, the genres we focus on primarily are fantasy, romance, and then we will also do romance as well. So
we're also okay with regular romance too.
We also will need to set our dates for July relatively soon-ish, because here's something important to know. I know we normally do the last Sunday of the month. That will not be able to happen. We will have to, oh man, I actually don't even know. We might have to push it back, if you're okay with it, to August 4th. Let me explain. August 21st, I'm coming home from Chicago. Or not August, July 21st, I'm coming home from Chicago. And then July 28th, I'm in Michigan.
Well, August 4th, I'm in North Carolina.
We're going to figure it out, people, and get back to you.
Plus August 4th is technically my first week of school, but I'm missing.
What we might have to do is we might just honestly have to do a random weekday and figure out one that works for both of us.
That's fine. Like, I'm not against that. Let me just tell my mother that I will call her back.
You're good.
I called her to tell her something that happened during that sprint, and we still need to discuss it. Anyway, where am I left off? I starred. Oh, there it is. Okay. It's been a while since I read that series, but I loved it in the moment. Nice. Hello, Claire. I need to read and finish The Honey Witch today and then start Red Rising for the new city prompt for Tar. I've tried Red Rising like 3+ times, and I get to the same spot every time and go, I don't know what's going on, and so I'm probably not going to read it ever. I just don't know. Oh, wow.
Love, Mommy, and I spelled the heartbreak.
Oh, I love it. Thank you. Oh, okay. Okay, you're not done. Okay.
The Honey Witch is on my TBR. Red Rising, though, I've read Red Rising, but I DNF Golden Sun. It is just too gruesome for me. Listen, I read to be happy, and like if I'm going to be devastated, I want it to be a good kind of devastation. When I read those books, they really hurt, and not in like a fun, this is going to get better kind of way. They just hurt.
Yeah, that's hard. I do have The Honey Witch. Why do I own that and pre-ordered it when I don't do Cozy Fantasy? I don't know, but we're just gonna keep trying.
I've heard good things though, so maybe.
Yeah, that's true. Hello, I'm working and listening to Finlay Donovan Rolls the Dice. I did enjoy that one, but you'll never hear my thoughts about it outside of this sprint because of SMP. I'm still reading the Sluts this morning. Can't put this train back.
I'm so intrigued, honestly.
Me too. Lincoln, don't mess with that, please. Let's see. Finally, Kyle is done being needy. Nell! Nell, you are living your best life. I will in a minute.
I saw it. I saw everything on her stories.
I
Living
literally
the
messaged
dream.
her and I was like, "You're at karaoke with a queen, Bonnie from Vampire Diaries, in a minute." And she was like, "I know, it's been really great," and I'm just like, I'm so jealous. Anyway, she's living her best life. I'm so happy for her. I stopped at the end of chapter 7. I'm really liking this book. Oh, just wait till chapter 9. Just wait, sis.
Sarah will be back in the Discord. We will have messages.
Are you guys doing more sprints for this book on another day? If not, no worries. I can always watch them back as I read along. Not necessarily for this one. I mean, we'll just be sprinting like normal, but yeah. I just realized that when you guys start talking, I won't be able to hear you. LOL, it's loud, but hi, and I hope your Saturday is off to a good start.
Honestly, understandable. Yeah, like...
Yeah, forget about us. You're like meeting Vampire Diaries people. Like,
I know. They came to Minneapolis. I just couldn't justify the cost at the time. So.
I couldn't justify it either, but now 100%. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to stop at this point because it's getting close to the time to try to get When the Moon.
Oh,
I'm going to work on my
fingers crossed.
I know
Sarah.
Laura was successful. I know she was. So I'm really hoping that Sarah was too, because that would stink if otherwise. Also, how did you get this tape off, Eloise? How did we do this? I don't understand. Okay. Any genre now. Hi, Christina. Trying to decide what to read today. Starting getting coffee and hugging the like button. Thank you. Oh, Jay Bree. That is a good option. I know they have their Crown of Oaths and Curses one, and they have their Broken Bonds one. I might not be opposed to that. I'll put that.
I technically have read the first 3 or 4 in the Broken Bonds, and then I've read the first one. Well, so here's the thing with the Oath and Curses, there's actually 2 novellas first.
I know, and I loved the novellas.
Yeah. So I read those, and then I read the first book, but I haven't read the second.
Well, we can't do that yet then. But did you like Broken Bonds? No. Then why did you read so many?
Because here's the thing. Because what Jay Bree does is she has it where like nothing happens until you're like 90% in, and then everything happens, and then it ends on a cliffhanger, and then I want to know. And so like that's what she does every single time. Is it's like you're like, okay, well, what's gonna happen? Things slow down. You're like, okay, all right, okay, and then again you get to the 90%. Everything's pure chaos, and so like that's her formula, right? It happened the same thing in the Oaths and Curses as well. Like. Now, don't get me wrong. I felt like there was more information in those books because obviously they were massive. But again, she really does save everything until the end of the book, always.
Yeah, I have not read any of hers yet. I actually have all of the Broken Bonds ones only because they were like $2 a piece at this thrift store I went to. Mm-hmm. And I haven't read Crown of Oaths and Curses yet. I've read the novellas and loved it. But then I also had held off just because of that whole drama that happened with her.
With the second book, do we even know what happened? I just know it like took forever to get it like on Amazon, but I don't know why.
I'm pretty sure she wasn't actually done with it, or I'm not even 100% sure, but like it just I watched Booked and Busy's video and she explained the whole thing, and I'm pretty sure it was something like that, because basically it says like the day that you submit your book to Amazon, it takes 5 days, up to 5 days for them to release it. And so that it came out 5 days after it was supposed to. So she's saying, so she submitted it the day it was due. Like, obviously that's her fault. And then there was a whole thing where she had like came to Florida and had like a live signing for the day of, but there were no books to give.
Oh, that's awkward.
Like Australia, where she's from, and other places for this live event, and there were no books. And so it was just this whole thing. But apparently plus she didn't even say anything until like 2 days after the release date, like on her Instagram or anything. It was only in her private Facebook group that she was saying stuff. So it's like the day of her release, and it's crickets on her channel. So it was just kind of like, and she's done this before apparently. So a lot of people are saying she's not to be trusted. She kind of sucks at her, like being respectful to her readers and stuff. So
that's unfortunate. What a mess.
I know, and so like the book to Busy Girl was like, I'm not even reading the second book, and that was my most anticipated book of the year because I'm just so pissed at how things went down, and I'm like, oh.
Well, I'm hopeful. Listen, I'm going to read the second book because I really want to see if this could be the one.
Yeah,
we'll see.
We'll see. What? I know. She can stand all by herself. Will she walk? That's the question.
She can stand about her.
Okay. I'm actually going twice to North Carolina within 3 weeks, which is just frustrating, but it worked out that way because my best friend is getting married, and so her bachelorette party is in North Carolina. I'm going to be in where is it? Not Asheville. We're going to be near Asheville. But we're staying somewhere else. It's not Asheville. Where is it? I can't remember. I'll think about where it is and let you know. But and then in August, my other friend, one of my best friends, is turning 30, and she's having like a 30 giant end of the party. And I was like, oh, well, technically I would have to miss the third day of school because it's a Friday through Sunday. And I was like, well, you only live once. She's my best friend. I'll do it. And so that's been I'm doing that as well. And I don't know where I'm going to in North Carolina for that.
Mommy, I want to draw a rainbow picture. I want to draw a rainbow picture, and if I go to the kindergarten, so I need rainbow colors like red, orange, yellow.
I have those for you, and I will give them to you as soon as I go on the sprint. Okay? Give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay. Hi, Kelsey. I was hoping to start this both with you this morning, but Tar had other plans, so I'm reading Crossroads, so maybe I can start it this afternoon. Oh, Kelsey, I thought about Crossroads because I was like, oh, that's a short book. That would be a great idea. And I got the Probably Smart one. I'm so excited to read this. Although, does this have any crossover with any of her other series? Do I need to read other series first?
I don't think so. There's a chance maybe that somebody might show up, but like to my knowledge, it's a completely new series. So
okay. Well, I hope so. Oh, Fortuna Sworn. Have you read that?
I have.
I
read the first one because Kelsey is actually KJ is actually the first author I've ever met because she's from Minnesota. Oh. So I could definitely talk to her about coming on.
Okay, well maybe we need to do that once I've read a book by her.
She has a new one that just came out, Waysider.
Oh, yes. And I got accepted for an arc for that, and then I never got the book.
Did you? So in the email they sent, you had to redo something to actually get your thing sent to you, if that makes sense.
I did, and I still didn't get it.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, I know. So I don't know. At this point, I'm like, whatever. But also, isn't that one like a thriller?
It is it's said like Stranger Things meets Silence of the Lambs kind of thing. So I have no idea. We'll find out.
Okay. Also, House of Mary and I have heard terrible things about.
I don't know what this book is. That's what I was originally going to look up, and then I get distracted.
YA, but I've only heard few people read it, and they said, "Oh,
but the cover is so pretty."
The cover is so pretty. I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed. OMG, some of it is cracking me up. There's this whole ad about snuffing Nick Carter. The mystery is so engrossing. I need to know what the F is going on. I need to read y'all an excerpt.
You can go to Hop on Live.
I know. I'm like, love the wine glass next to my name. Go to Vanessa. All the highs, all the hellos. I'm planning to go to Durham in either July or August. Ooh, we'll be near each other.
Look at Nell's next comment.
I love him so much. I'm so jealous.
Go. She's got to go. Live her dream.
I'm like, I love that man. I love that man so much. Also, the woman that played Elena is so stupid.
Nina?
Yes, because she could have had him in real life.
I mean, I think the issue is that because they're 10 years apart, I just think they were in different phases in their life.
I know, but although I love his wife, and the fact that his wife is Rosalie from Twilight, it's fabulous. So it's fine. It's so pretty. No, it doesn't, from what I can tell so far, 22%. I've only read book 1 in the Eden series. Yeah, me too. That's all I've read so far.
Well, I've read all the Eden series, but I haven't gotten into this book yet, so.
I do own all but the last book in the Eden series, and I own the little prequel.
I'm sorry, Vanessa. I have no life, okay? All I do is read.
What show are we talking about? Stranger Things meets Silence of the Lambs.
So yeah, we're not talking about a show. We're talking about a book. We're talking about KJ Sutton's new book called Waysider. The cover is really pretty.
Yes. The running and the puff behind looks like what?
When Nell said she had to go.
Oh,
he did the running thing, and so yeah.
Oh. But so we're not going for thriller or horror. Also, I absolutely hated My Heart is a Chainsaw. That is one of the worst books
Did you? It's on my TBR.
Hated it. Did not. But I cannot say that is because it is a bad book. Because I've just learned Stephen Graham Jones is not for me. I don't understand his writing. I also don't really read slashers or watch slashers. So many of the slasher stuff went right over my head. So like honestly, I'm sure it's a fabulous book. It was just not a Rainy book.
Yeah. Well, I can tell the chat that the other book that I recommended to you, I don't know if you've read it or not. But I said Wolf Song because
I didn't want to read that.
Yeah, I have it on my TBR. So I just was like, well, if we're throwing another one into the poll, that's one I need to read.
I know. I'm just like, well, if we don't get other ones other than the two that we have, then I think you put one and I put one. And then
I'm still fine too. If you guys want to read a Jay Bree book or you guys want to read Fortuna Sworn, it doesn't bother me. It's just obviously I won't reread Jay Bree. That's not going to happen. But I probably would reread Fortuna.
No, I'm totally fine with like not rereading. I was like, Wolf Song is on my list. I'm like, oh, I'm also like, I just keep looking at my list and I'm like, I'm going to read all these books. I'm like, Heavenly Bodies I need to read sometime soon. Do you ever read that one?
Mm.
Oh, that book looks so good. And what is it? What was the other one? There was another one the other day I was looking at that I was like, oh, I need to get to this soon. What was it? Oh, House of Beating Wings. That's a good one. Court of Blood and Bindings. I'm just looking at all my fantasy romance, all my shit.
I just say throw one on there, to be honest. It looks like Vanessa and Coda would be into Wolf Song. We just have to figure out how to get Coda Wolf Song because he doesn't own it.
Oh, yeah. It's so good, Katie. Rainey's not a slasher girl. I do.
That's fair. I'm very interested.
Oh, those are your choices for today to read.
See, at first that's what I thought, but then I was like, oh, you know what? Rainey's smart. That must be.
I'm not smart, and I don't have faked murder.
See, Christina, I'm gonna say read My Heart is a Chainsaw. So you can tell me whether or not I should read it.
Okay, there you go. Wolf Song. Okay, we'll put Wolf Song on it. Why not?
Yeah, I really want to read it. I've heard such good things. I know Nell loves that series too, so I'm like, let's do it.
I got the first two books in the series from a thrift store, but I'm pretty sure not the UK editions, and they just came out again new, and they're way smaller than my editions. And I was like, okay, I have to see if I can find the size that I have though, because I want all my series to match. I want to read Wolf Song so bad, but I have to wait until I can buy it. Well, the week.
You never know, a book fairy could,
I know.
It could appear.
I'm going to read House of the Cerulean Sea this month since I own that. It'll be my first clue. That was my first and only one, and I absolutely loved that book. I thought it was so good.
Which is a great plug for Host for Pros because they're going to read the second book.
Oh, I saw that, and I'm very excited because I can't wait. I pre-ordered that already.
Yeah, so boom.
Jade Fire Gold. What is that?
I feel like I've seen it before. Yeah. It is YA, though.
Okay. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I think this was supposed to be the Illumicrate book, and I skipped it because I'm not interested.
Why does that not surprise me, Rainey?
I'm not a big YA person.
I know.
Wolf Song I want to read too, but I don't have it yet. Library. Do Chainsaw, Christina. It goes fast. What about that book that's the Cassidy favorite? A Court This Cruel. Oh, yeah. I do want to read that.
Same.
Okay.
And I know I keep thinking it's for this month, and then I'm like, yeah, we can get bonus points. And I'm like, no, it's for next month.
Yeah, that's true.
Comes after gray?
After gray? I don't know.
This.
Oh, black. Book Daddy. Excuse me. You've been using my markers? Lincoln Thomas Barton. Have you been putting them back?
We're going to have to hop into a sprint here soon.
About to. Buddy reading the first, and then the official pick is the second TJ. Nice. LOL. I'm just suggesting things on my shelf. Yeah,
we appreciate it.
Stuff. So
No,
I'm
we really appreciate it.
I think we probably have our 4. I think, right? Yeah. So we'll probably put a poll up soon for people to vote into Discord, and then we'll July. And then I already know what we're reading for August, and so that'll come in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll probably just do like a whole another like announcement thing and just share the next couple months once we have July finalized.
Yeah.
So yeah.
A Court This Cruel and Lovely was going to be my rec, but I'm hoping to read it this month. I did read it this month, so like if people don't vote for that, like I'm not opposed because I wanted to get to it this month, but also am I going to? I don't know. It depends on if Tar allows. Honestly.
I know the prompts. Like right now, I'm really holding out that the prompts will help me. So
like I've been wanting to read Slaying the Shadow Prince for this one for prompt 3, which is great. But then I also was like, okay, I do need to read that, but I really need to read this for the book club. But this is romance, so it won't give me extra points. But then I'm just like, I'm like, I gotta read what I need to read. I gotta fit in. I gotta fit in, and I gotta fit this in at some point.
Exactly.
I don't know. All right. Well, they're being chaotic. My bedroom, or not my bedroom, my office is once again a complete mess, even though I clean it every day, and they mess it up every day. So I'm probably going to clean a little during that sprint, and I don't know if I'm going to get to read in this sprint. We'll have to see, but I'm very intrigued. I'm not opposed to reading other teams' books. I'm buddy reading Into the Drowning Deep. I tried to read that. I got like 70 pages in, and I was honestly a little bored, and I stopped. And then someone told me I should have kept going because it amps up at like 25% in. And I was like, okay, it's just very scientific. And I want the mermaids that are killer. That's what I came for.
See, I read the whole book. I was still bored.
Oh.
I read the whole thing.
Okay, that does not bode well. Honestly, I don't know if I'll ever get back to that book, if we're being honest. I don't know. Okay. I also want to read A Court This Cruel. I said stop using my markers. I'm about to go get you markers. I'm about to put on the sprint.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm gonna fix this because I need to make him stop using my nice
You're
aesthetic
good.
markers. Let me. All right, and we will see everyone in our last sprint on my channel. So for an hour. All right. Well, how'd you do?
Distractions central, to be honest. I barely read. I'm a couple pages into chapter 11, so you're farther than me.
Oh, no, I'm not. I didn't read.
Oh, perfect. Never mind. Yay!
I didn't read because I was putting Eloise to bed, and then Lincoln has not been being the greatest behaved, and he was trying to bother me while I was trying to go to the bathroom, so I went to go close the door, and I smushed his finger.
Oh, buddy.
In a whole debacle of, oh my gosh, I'm dying, even though he's not dying, but he won't let me do anything to it. He won't let me put water on it. He won't let me do anything. But medicine, he's just refusing. But he keeps saying it's hurting, and I'm like, well, I could help you. He's not letting me. So
that is unfortunate. It happens, but if he's in enough pain, he will eventually be like, Mom, please help me. So
I figured. And yeah, I didn't read anymore. I just have been actually highlighting / putting my stuff because I figure if I just keep reading, it's going to take me, I'd rather like every almost 100 pages be like doing my highlights and things just so that I don't have, like, the thinking of doing that at the end for this whole book will be so daunting. I won't do it. So yeah, that's what I was doing, but I didn't finish. I got up to page like 65 in like highlighting and things. But
well, and guess what we get to look forward to? I was talking to Janessa and being like, thanks so much for the pain, bud. And she was like, well, just you wait. And I said, I don't like this answer.
She messaged me that too because I messaged her after she liked my thing that I said about sprinting, and I was like, "Why'd you do that to me with Alexi?" And then she goes, "She's like, oh yeah, Katie said like, where can I send my therapy bill to or something?" And I was like, "Oh well, you might as well just keep reading." And I went, "Oh no."
I know. I was like, "How? Like, okay, perfect. Love this for us. Love this." But then I got distracted because Sarah said check Discord, and I kid you not, I thought Bree dropped another prompt, and I was like, "There is no physical way."
Oh, if she did that, I would have been like, that is so
That's
good.
why I was so scared. I was so scared. And then I saw that it was, the other thing. And I was like, okay, this I can handle. But I was like, especially because I know a lot of people are picking up bigger books. Could you imagine everybody's picking up these big books and then none of it counted? Oh man.
I know. I need to, honestly, I keep saying I'm going to do Swift and Saddled. I need to do Slaying the Shadow Prince. That is what I'm forcing myself to read. After Heir, Sun, and Moon today, I'm going to be listening to that. And all the things. I'm like, but I have so much to do today. I'm just like, what was it? I went to Second and Charles yesterday, which is our local thrift bookstore, and I unhauled like 60 books because I don't have enough room on my shelves. And there are books that I'm just like, who are you kidding, Rainy? This is not you. You're not going to read this at this point in your life. And so I got rid of a bunch of books, and I was going to sell them. And so when I got there, there was like 2 people in front of me. They were really busy, and they didn't have any bins available to put your books in. So I was like, oh snap, they're behind. So I gave them like my books, and they're like, we're gonna have to keep the totes that they're in while we check them. And I'm like, as long as I get my totes back, because these are my personal like tote bags and stuff.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, sure. And so then like I had shopped for like an hour and a half. I had like 6 or 7 books in my hand, and then I go over there, and my books were still on the floor in front of them, so they had not looked at them yet. And so that, but I live on the other side of town. So I was like, okay, well, can I leave them here? Or is this like you check them and the day of I have to come get them? And technically I have to get them within 24 hours, but if you were just to call and say, hey, I'm coming in on this day, like that's fine. And so I was like, okay. So then of course, like an hour after I get home, it notifies me that my books are done, and I go to call them and the line is disconnected. And I go, what? So then I get a message again this morning saying, reminder, you need to come back by this time today. I try to call, their line is disconnected. So I'm just like, well, as soon as Aaron comes home, I have to rush back over there to go get my stuff, or they're going to get rid of my books and keep my money.
Oh, fun. That sounds messy.
Yeah, I'm very frustrated. Although the only thing is that I guess I had store credit from last time that I had forgotten about. And I was like, okay, well, I do want 2 of these books regardless. So I put like the other 4 back. And I went to buy them, and they're like, do you have any credit? And I'm like, I don't know. And they're like, oh, well, I have to check your ID to see if you have credit. And then I look, and I had $30 on there. So I got the 2 books for free.
Girl math. We love to see it.
So that was a good time. But yeah, I have to do that, and I have to grocery shop because we are out of fruit and all the things because Lincoln and Eloise eat fruit like we're going out of style, if we're being honest.
Oh my gosh. So this just made me, this is a complete segue. I'm so sorry. This is where my brain goes, but it made me think. So I was at work on Thursday, and Don't worry, the story all relates. I promise. Come with the journey with me, okay? And I was trying to use the iron because like the kids like to use these things that are like these like melty beads. Like you melt them and they make like a shape. And I couldn't for the life of me get the iron to work. I was plugging in, I was trying all these things, and I asked my boss too. I was like, hey, like, what's the deal with your iron? Because I don't have an iron, I don't use it. So I was like, maybe I'm just not smart enough to know. And my boss texted me yesterday on my day off and was like, hey, you know how the iron wasn't working? And I was like, yeah. She's like, that's because when some of the workers were here, they shut off that side of our power. And she said everything in the fridge and freezer had to go. Because that's also connected. So I was like, it just made me think the same thing of like food. But yeah, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
But yeah, I'm like, oh, I have to do all of that after this. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's not right now.
I mean, let's be honest. This month is going to be a blur. We don't even know what we're going to do.
Well, plus I have to go back to work next week for a week because I don't have to. I will get $1,000 if I go back. So I'm going back for a week. Because we're becoming IB. And so like there's just this like week-long workshop, but if you go you get $1,000, and I was like, yeah, I will gladly go for $1,000. So
I mean, why not?
It's fine. But I was just like, oh, but that's gonna deter my reading.
Especially because don't forget next weekend is face off. I mean, you'll be off for the weekend, but don't forget.
I'll be off for the weekend, but I won't be able to start on Friday. Like I'm not right away. And then I'm also gonna have to cancel my sprints on Friday because I can't sprint while I'm working. Also I'm not gonna have I'm gonna have. It's sad because I'm gonna have to cancel this Sunday and Friday because this Sunday is Father's Day, and I'm just not gonna be able to sprint on Father's Day.
That's fair.
And then Friday I work, so I'm like, well, no sprints for the week, but it's fine. Everything's fine. But it'll be fine. I'm just gonna keep saying it'll be fine until it'll be fine.
It is fine.
Oh, where did I leave off? Oh, okay, here it is. I also want to read this. Check tar, and we did. It's just a detour. Oh, you got the When the Moon Hatched! Yay! Honestly, I'm surprised that it made it this far. But then I'm also not, because I feel like it's only really started getting popular, like, over the last, I don't know, month or two. I feel like it's really gaining traction, but I also feel like it's such a polarizing book in the sense that it's like, I don't know. It's either for you or it's not.
To be fair, though, the ones that are being sold yesterday and today aren't signed. So they're not the same ones that we got. They're close. They're very similar, right?
I know, but even so, like, normally those sort of things don't make it. Like, Serpent and the Wings of Night didn't make it.
Well, maybe they just were able to, like, I know they just ended up getting, like, a bigger batch of these.
I assume they probably did because, like, I feel like considering how other launches have gone, they've been like, yeah, we need to get more. Yeah. But I'm sure they'll sell out. I'm sure this is going to be sold out. There may be secrets. I did know that, and I have not watched Heather's vlog yet. I will watch it soon. Hello, Amanda. I'm starting the book now. Excited to dive in. Honestly, if I could get halfway today, that would be great.
Sarah reads quickly, or not Sarah, gosh, what am I saying? Amanda reads quickly, so I wouldn't be surprised if, like, tomorrow she's like, I'm done.
That's fine. That's fine. Which for everyone else, you need to go vote on the poll for July book club, which I'm not going to lie, the one that I want to read is not winning.
I did vote. I was curious to see how it was going too. So I was like, oh, all right.
I know I voted because I was like, maybe that'll tip the scales in my favor. I mean, I want to read all of them, but if we're being honest, I really, really want to read Flame and Sparrow. Like,
well,
dang. But I also do want to read A Court That's Cruel and Lovely, but I want to read it this month.
I know. To be fair, here's the thing though, is like, so technically we can read the book you want. You just have to wait until it's your next month.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, but I already am happy with the one that I picked for August, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Hello, popping in while doing Saturday chores. Hello to Neil. I edited my week 1 tar vlog in the last sprint. It's been so nice doing it day by day, and I'm trying to keep it under 30 minutes. I have to edit my tar vlogs day by day, but I'm a day behind, and I'm behind in my manga one. But I had to split it in 2 because I was literally talking so much. It was already like 40 minutes, and I was like, I still have 5 days of this vlog left. So this next vlog shouldn't be as long. So my vlogs are going to come out on Wednesdays, which means tomorrow I need to actually release my April-May wrap-up because haven't done that yet.
Tomorrow my vlog should go up. So I was doing a great job editing while I went, and then I hit a place where I didn't, and then I spent yesterday I was editing so long, my head hurt so bad from staring at my screen, but I only have finishing touches. It should be up tomorrow.
Oh, good. Nice. read faster. You know, I'm trying to finish When the Moon Hatched. You are flying through that book, which is crazy because I feel like I could not have just. I mean, I read a lot of that in a day. Actually, I read half of it in a day because I was so far behind. I'm listening to Slaying the Shadow Prince for Leg 3 of Tar, and I'm really loving it. Okay, all right. You're all making me want to switch over. Not right now, but I do need to start my Tar book because I do. I'm still reading my Prompt 2 book, so there's that, but I'm not too worried about it, honestly.
Don't stress about it.
Honestly, I'll probably finish this before my Tar book because I'm really into this, and then it's fine. I will have 3 sightseeing books that are just waiting to be entered until I finish my leg prompt.
That's what happened with me. And the second leg is I was reading a bigger book for like the prompt, but I was able to finish 3 sightseeing books like along the way. And I was like, boom, boom.
I know. So as soon as I did that, I was like, I better enter these quick. We never know.
Yeah, you
never know. I had some coffee and chatted a bit. Nice. Hello, Jean. Adding this to my list, but I'm reading Slaying the Shadow Prince at 82%. The poll's in the Discord.
Yes.
So go check out the Discord. Also, man, she started this. Yeah, she started this right when the prompt dropped. You're really far. Are you loving it? Let me know, Jean, because I'm gonna read it. I've already read Wolf Song. I loved it. I just read A Court of This Cruel and Lovely. Oh, okay. I want to know what your thoughts are on this. I've had SM Gaither's books on my TBR, so I would love it if that went. See, me too. I have her other book, the first, The Song of the Marked. I have that one. And I want to get the rest of them at some point, especially now that I know I can get them signed off for Etsy for the same price. I'm like, oh, I'll just get them signed. But I do want to read that at some point. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Which I'm like, oh, what's winning though? Is it still
It was A Court the last time I looked.
It is still A Court with 7 votes. My Flamin' Sparrow is 2 behind.
You never know what can happen.
You never know. That's true. I mean, it has 22 hours left in the poll, and then also there's way more people than there are votes so far, so it's fine. Anyway, but yeah. So, what was I gonna say? Oh, but we don't. Oh, it's time to go on yours. It's literally 12. Okay, we're gonna hop off and we're gonna hop right back on.
Did you get the link in the private chat?
I did.
Perfect. All
we'll
right.
see you in like a minute.
Seconds. Yeah.
Goodbye.